Greetings and good day, YouTube. How are you doing today? I myself am pretty excited to continue where we last left off in Path of Exile. Today, we are just going to be doing some main story progression, experimenting with the Cyclone build we got going on. I know yesterday we discovered a couple of, well, not yesterday, but the last time we played this, which I think was Friday, we discovered a couple of gems that allowed us to cast a spell on a kill. So I'm looking forward to potentially, like, figuring out what works with that. I need to remember the hotkeys and what works here and all that, because, like, cast on critical strike and cast on melee kill, I just want to get these leveled up for the time being. That's why they're attached to our ball. We are going to be fighting the boss. Enter the belly of the beast, right? We're definitely going to be doing that, like, right off the bat. What else do I got? Oh yeah, so for those of you that are currently watching the VOD right now, because these only last for a couple of weeks, I would like to say I do appreciate it, and I hope you enjoy your stay here. This part goes out to the YouTube watchers as well. Make sure to subscribe to the channel if you're watching on YouTube, as well as my main channel. Uploads will be a bit sporadic there because okay, we don't have that much mana, I'm noticing. That's scary. We'll have to keep that in mind, though. Anyways, uploads will be sporadic because I gotta edit videos, but what I am going to do is I am going to eventually put up some stuff that's a little bit less gaming content related, a little bit more reactionary based, because that's going to be like the main channel where it has edited down stuff and short little videos and all that. And if you want to catch me when I go live, you can do so over on Twitch at 6 p.m. EST, EDT every single day for the year of 2022. I look forward to potentially catching some of you when I go live. Now that all that general spiel is out of the way, why don't we enter the belly of the beast? So we can play this one-handed, for at least until we come across something that's a little bit difficult and might kill us. God, I'm so glad to be coming back to this weapon. Oh, shit! Okay. It was you that killed us. We gotta be careful about that. Gotta pay attention a little bit more. Maybe we can't be playing this as one-handed as I thought we would be able to, you know? Let's make sure we're not gonna miss out on anything good. We want these superior weapons. There's a lot of this superior shit we want, honestly. We could get a couple of armor things. Might go a little bit back and forth here. Alright, let's check our inventory really fast. There was one thing there. We want to identify everything as well, because we get better rewards, I think. I don't know if it matters for these types of items, but we'll see. I saw this. Agony Bane Sparkling Claw. Nah. So here, we're going to be doing a little bit of testing today. Like, we're going to go back to the Crystal Caves, we're going to hit that thing, we're going to go back to the portal, and we're going to go back and forth, because apparently it's like a 10-minute timer or something like that before we lose out on all of our loot. So I'm fairly certain that we should be fine to go back and forth just a little bit without using a portal scroll. If that isn't the case, well, we've learned our lesson.
Yes.
And we can go from there. Alright, so it does take up a little bit of inventory space. Well, I mean inventory spaces. We don't get the same exact rewards. Mind you, these rewards are a little bit better than the augmentation orbs. But we got to bear that in mind that we don't get that alongside the augmentation orb. We get one or the other kind of a situation. So I think we'll just forego doing that. Nothing else to really, like, glean. A butcher sword. Doesn't have 6 slots. Not yet, anyways. Not until we get 5 more levels higher. Well, we are acting like a blender. Alright, there we go. Now we can go back and pick up some of the loot that we left behind. Storm Call is a spell. That's a marker. Should we do the, we have to be careful if we're doing this because we might get ourselves stuck. Oh, that's right, we don't have any auto regen. Forgot about that. This is something we want because that'll give us a chromatic orb. And we really like chromatic orbs because that'll potentially help us get goodies in the future. Molten Shell, we already have a Molten Shell. These individuals are a little bit dangerous. They do high damage. We're starting to get to that portion in this game that I'm really, really excited for, i.e. the portion of like, alright, here we are, spinning, and the enemies don't stop coming, right? That's what we like to see. We like to see to where we don't, like, the less we have to stop spinning, the better off we'll be, at least for this type of a build. I might need to change a couple things around in the future. But for the time being, we're good just blending everybody. A diamond shrine's probably a defensive thing. A worm mace? What did that say? 4%? What? 4% increased attack speed. Alright. 227 armor. Oh, we could get 454 armor if we do that with the evasion stuff. That's a lot of armor. There's the level up we were looking for. A vile staff. A war staff. An 18% chance to block damage. That's pretty cool, but it's unique. We might end up selling it at some point because we're not really a staff user. We'll see. Nice to be back into this game. Man, they hit like a truck. Almost died to the bleeding there. That's what's causing so many issues. We do have 2 refund points. I'm trying to think about where I wanted to go. Was it down here? No. somewhere around here, iron reflexes. Evasion rating to armor. So this will unlock a gem for us. Totem damage stuff. Armor guard skill. Life mastery. Armor and evasion mastery. Attack. Attack. Fire. Large jewel socket. Swords. Two-handed. Physical. Critical. You go down this way to Revelry. That's for mana stuff, though. I don't think I want that. We could do that because of the attack mastery right there. And then head down this way. Right? To get those attack masteries, or we go this way. As for a jewel socket, that's another attack mastery there. Iron grip is not really something we're utilizing right now. Regeneration has no effect. I gotta keep that in mind. Honestly, we go down this way. This is the way we go down because of the attack mastery right there. There's a lot of attack mastery shit down this path right here. And it increases our strength as well. So we'll be able to get our attack mastery up a lot more. We'll focus on knockback first, I think. Maybe get some armor mastery, some life mastery. Nothing for regeneration. Forgot to apply it. Trying to remember to utilize those skills a little bit more just to keep us up and at 'em. That should get us to the reflexes soon enough. Another unique crude bow. Might actually be worthwhile there, in all honesty. Not the bow, the gem that we just picked up. Which I'm fairly certain is an identified gem. It is. Just 6% increase to max life. Maybe. It would only be giving us 40 something life, 47, 48 life. Or something like that for the time being. That's another chromatic orb. I absolutely love how we're coming across five socket items. 6 sockets chest plate is what I really need right now. Using the berserker shit right now. The blood berserker skill or whatever it is. Honestly, what's really funny is we could do a low health thing, but I like this too much to do that. Oh, those are a little bit annoying. Those little traps. Cyclone's leveled up once again. Love to see it. Okay, that's fine. I'm so glad it does actually level them up. I knew that beforehand, but it's nice to double check stuff, you know? Kind of a shame that some of these cocoons don't drop out enemies at your feet. That links that together, so we don't really need to check there. Love how after saying that, my brain immediately tried to attack just in case an enemy popped out of that cocoon. Worm scale doublet. Probably better than what I have. 362. Yeah, it would be a little bit better as soon as I get that the skill evasion doesn't matter. Because we cannot evade attacks right now. But we also can't be stunned, right? The sound effects are quite crazy. Nothing screams to us. Yeah, nothing screams to us over there. That was a Q instead of a tap.
You've done well, Brute, but let's not get above us.
Heidi's back. Don't get in front of that attack, holy shit. That's literally, I'm a firing my laser. This is why I love this ability so much. Right, he's dead.
Calm wasn't half the man you are, Marauder. There comes a time when brute force is all that we have left. You've proved your worth to me, Karui, twice over. Time you proved it to Rayclast. Part of me wishes I'd died at your feet as was intended. The little girl within me that shies from darkness, from greatness. It was Malachi who reached out to me, who wrapped me in nightmare, made me his slave. He has shown me greatness beyond imagining, so much that I thought my mind would shatter under its weight. And although my mind remains intact, my dreams were not so fortunate. Malachi is in the beast's black core right now, harnessing all that the beast is and will be.
The piety
He will destroy this world
was mind controlled
and forge it anew in the divine image of nightmare. Yet as powerful as Malachi has become, he is neither unreachable nor invulnerable. He sacrificed much to become the beast's prime servant, both in spirit and in flesh, yet 3 vital organs remain. His heart, lungs, and entrails. Keepsakes of humanity lost. They will be our tickets into Malachi's private little show. Venture deeper, deep into Nightmare's abattoir. I'll follow when I'm able. You find me those organs, and I'll get us into the black core.
I don't trust her.
Malachi chose his 3 most loyal servants to guard those precious innards.
The
His
godless 3.
Inquisitor Malagaro, Chevron of Umbra, and Doedri Darktongue. If the history books are accurate, High Templar Vol burned Malagaro and Doedri at the stake on his way to lay siege to San. He didn't have to worry himself with Chevron. Brutus had already sorted her out. Yet slaves of Nightmare seem to be shackled just as tightly to life as they are to the beast. I, of course, am living proof of that.
Yeah, I was just about to say.
Don't worry yourself with that little detail, though. Shackles are made to be unlocked.
I want to talk to everybody at the towns and talk about Piety not being a complete and utter bitch now, which I like. Malagaro's still a bitch, but if we take out Malagaro in this, are they going to become not a bitch? You know what I mean? Hear your general's cry. Ooh. 8% increase. I feel like I've fought most of these people I'm about to have to fight again. So there's going to be 3 entrance and exit points I see. Those guys with the bleeding effect suck. Oh, that's what happened. I was like, how the hell did I get over there? Somebody attacked me, that's how.
What do you want? The Gemling Queen has given of that black life of hers. For what? To wound and wake the beast that should have been slaughtered in its sleep. Diala's path would lead us into Cataclysm. Follow your own path from now on.
Damn.
Go where you are needed.
Up to 4 linked sockets. Okay. That's pretty awesome.
Before we walk this path together, it's important that you understand one thing about me. I don't regret a single thing.
Okay, so you need to
I've
die.
done. I set out to raise humanity up from the cloying mud of its fleshly ignorance. My mistake was not in the aspiration, but in the execution. Now I intend to correct that mistake. Really, I'm not helping you, Exile. You're helping me. So, have you found those juicy organs for me yet? Malachi
I really
knew
don't
exactly
trust her.
what he was doing when he created the Rapture. His primary concern, get inside the beast and take up the reins of true power. And his second objective, incite a cataclysm that would wipe the very thought of resistance from this land. The beast is the source of all thaumaturgy, the one power in this world that transforms what is real into what is imagined.
Makes sense.
The entire world is now at the mercy of one man's vision. It won't be the future I imagined, and it won't be the future you imagined either. While he remains within the Black Core, the only imagination that matters is Malachi's.
So I'm assuming either a sacrificial type thing she's gonna go through, or she's lying to us and wants the organs for herself to become the one with of true power. At least that's what my general assumption is going to be.
On this day, the eve of this celebration, I honor those who have passed and whose passion and knowledge have on this day, the eve of this rapture's completion, I honor those who have passed and whose passion and knowledge have brought us to the brink of salvation. Inquisitor Maligaro, a creative force without equal. Chiron of Ambra, an aesthete of transcendent sensibility. Dwedri Dacta, an idol of fervor and dedication. You taught me far more than I ever taught you, my students. My friends, we strove to make a greater world together, and
Wish that wouldn't happen. Oh well. Herald of Thunder has upgraded once again. Nice. Oh God. Chaos and fire damage. Crazy. I'm not gonna. I don't want to give these organs to pie. What if I?
I shall preserve your beauty for eternity.
Those are books. Okay, we need to do that differently whenever the books come down. The book stopped us. Okay. All right. That hurt. A lot. And now the final one. One that I think we might have fought already. Malagaro.
A body to kill for.
Yeah.
I could have made you into a wonder.
At least I thought we fought Malagaro before. But whatever. Yeah, we have to deliver the organs, it seems. Yep.
When I met you that first time in Axiom Prison, I thought you were a mindless mountain of muscle. I was wrong about you, Kadoi. So very wrong.
In this moment, you and I will create the most beautiful gods, isn't it? Bow your head to your one true god.
Oh, lovely. I knew some shit like this was gonna happen. At least it's not that hard to kill her.
What?
Yep.
Embrace the future.
Is it a timed thing? Hold on, I gotta check this out. I don't think it's a time thing. Yeah.
This is what I...
Oh, shit. She was gonna say something like, "This is what I deserve." The heart's repairing itself, it looks like.
Selfish. Accept the gift of immortality.
Come on. I love how the arena looks a little bit like a heart. That's a cute little touch. Like the stereotypical heart symbol. What a hell of an arena.
Is the true eternal. Why are you so in love?
Missed out on so much damage there.
You are being selfish.
And you're about to be dead. nice. Ooh. High gate? Cool. Cool. Good readings and good day, Yuri. How are you today? I myself am doing pretty good. We just killed the big boss for this area.
I've never met a man more able, more ready to take life and crush it in his hand. Is there anything else you can do? If not, this land has something more it needs to worry about.
We'll talk to everybody for their main story stuff, and then we will get all the side information from them before we move on. Oh yeah, very intense boss fight. I was very focused mode. Dying might not matter, but I try not to die as often as possible.
I'm proud to know you, Karui.
And I'm sorry. I should have been less
Bigoted?
quick to judge. But then, Rayclass tends to
I
bring
love
that
these
out.
two.
Quick to judge or quick to die. It's been that way for far too long.
But thanks to our warrior here, that could all begin to change.
Dominus is gone. The beast is gone. Feels like we can all start again now.
Oriathan and Karui, everyone, thanks to you.
But yeah, that
Until
was
next time.
pretty good. Pretty fun.
You have fought a long war. A war to end a world and begin a new one. And you've learnt the most important thing about war. There is no winning. There is only remaining. My Malachi is dead. I knew it, felt it, understood it the moment you struck the final blow. I was the Gemling Queen. We dreamed only the greatest
You cut your hair?
dreams. Malachi and I. A truly
Or
eternal
hot
empire.
water.
Eternal life. Eternal love. A future no longer afraid of the past. Eternal lies. Eternal loss. Those are our true gifts to Rayclass. This land could not have asked for a worse king and queen.
Oh, whatever.
They all...
I was right to have faith in you, Cursebreaker. You have succeeded where we have failed. You have slain a creature that was thought to live forever in the minds of those who came before you. Vol, Daresso, Kaum, Deshret, the greatest champions Rayclass has seen in the last 300 years. You stood where they fell. Now you are the champion of champions, and Rayclass should bow at your feet in gratitude. You certainly have my gratitude, and that of my Akara. We have been exiled from our land by fear and misguided duty.
Those jokes aren't really funny, Yuri.
Now we may return.
Good try, though.
To ride where we
I don't
will,
find them funny.
Live how we wish. Cursebreaker, act with care.
I'm sure your ancestors are very proud of you, Maroda. Yet, also rather confused. For even the great and powerful beast could not slay you. And if you can't be killed, then how will you ever sit at your ancestors' table? Quite a conundrum, that. Something to mull over on your way back to Oria. Yes, Oria. Upon the mountain high, a gateway has opened. One that shall lead you back home. Hurry. For as the death throes of the beast soften and still, I see the gate beginning to close. No one ever said that the Karui way was an easy way.
All right.
When a boil is fat with infection, it glistens with the luster of false youth. Lance that boil, and it weeps its corruption away and shrivels to nothing. Whether by purpose or desire, you are the physician who has revealed Diala's truest nature. Dodeso was always a good man at heart, chained to an eternity of love and triumph. You set him free. Nightmare gave Kaom everything he ever dreamed of. How did it feel to make that dream die? Upon death, our bodies return to the ground. Those that are marked with darkness nourish the corruption. Those that were mighty in life are stolen away. They are carved and crafted, manipulated with malevolent creativity into becoming Malachi's servants, forged into ghasts of pure.
Pure nightmare.
If Deshret were able, she'd thank you for dispatching her tormentors, Malachi's wicked little trio. You have to content yourself with my thanks instead. Deshret has been avenged, as is the way of the Madaketh. Tidiness helps one sleep at night, don't you think?
This is a big dude, by the way.
You shall be rewarded.
Yeah, who's gonna give me my loot? I saved the world and you guys all praise me, but where's my goddamn loot?
What do you want? We opened the gates to you, the Maraketh and the Kar. Deshret's banner flies at the mine's entrance, and now the darkness gapes, hungry and expectant. Our red Sekema sealed that gate for a reason. Not simply to prevent the beast from reaching out, but to hinder those fools who would disturb its slumber. And here you are, about to be swallowed.
This is way
by that
before we
darkness.
even entered the
Let us hope
caves,
the beast doesn't
the caverns,
notice your
caves,
passing.
whatever.
Hundreds of our Dakara have fallen to Vol and his legion throughout the years. They died defending their Akara. Now Vol is gone, killed by an outsider. You bask in the glory, Exile, while I honor the dead. As we give strength to the outside, we grow weaker on the inside. First, there was Pataris and Vanya. Now there is you. It shows how little faith Oyan has in us, in her own Akara, that she would treat blackguards and exiles with such admiration. Oyan is my Sekema, my commander. I am her Dakara, her warrior. I defend this Akara as Oyan sees fit. Whether Oyan is fit to see what is best for this tribe, it is not for me to say.
Kind of an asshole. In all honesty, God, I cannot wait. 4 more levels. Actually, 3.5 technically. And we can start seeing items that are 6 socket. I look forward to that day with great anticipation.
May fear guide you.
Yes? Emperor Vol is dead, for good this time.
And the entrance to the mine stands open. I suppose you'll be heading down there
To free us from the sickening supremacy of Nightmare.
I was going to say to kick some nightmare ass.
I think I put it better.
Of course you did, Sweets.
That is absolutely amazing.
Diala saw the mistakes of the past with her own eyes, and now she's given everything to fix them. Right, Vanya?
I don't know, Pataris. I saw people die for each other in San. I saw clarity, resolution in their eyes. In Diala's eyes, I see ghosts.
Those eyes have seen horrors that we can't even imagine.
Maybe. But this sacrifice of hers, I think it was more like a deal, and Diala didn't quite get what she bargained for.
I think so too.
Oyun gave us a home.
Our lives back.
Appreciate the good ones when you find them in Rayclass.
It's not like there are many. Tasuni, he's a con man.
Pataris just doesn't understand him.
I understand that he gets his every need catered for by talking in riddles and telling lies.
The truth about the nightmare. He makes sense of the chaos as best he can.
How can we possibly know whether what he's telling us is the truth or not?
We can't. But who else is there to ask? piety. She still lives.
Then she needs to die again.
Permanently this time. I honestly don't know who I'm more scared of. The beast or that black-hearted witch.
It's the combination that scares me. And it should scare you too, Exile. You killed the Sword King?
Dureso wasn't actually alive, Pataris.
Dureso must have thought he was alive.
True. Thinking and being. A bit of a blurred line here in Rayclast.
Exactly.
That's great. The dialogue of those two is my favorite so far. Honestly. Okay, so it's worthless to identify an item if it has something that'll supersede it, right? So because it has a green, blue, and red linked gem socket, it gives us chromatic orb no matter what.
See ya.
Can I talk to Nico?
Welcome.
This is the northern side, I assume. Oh, we actually have to go up here. And then head east. Got it. Hopefully there'll be a waypoint we can hit. Nope, didn't want to do that. These guys are creepy. Oh, the dogs and the goats are back. Nice. We need frost resistance. If this whole area is like this, that's gonna suck. Because we are so far weakest against an enemy with ice magics or magics that'll freeze us or abilities that'll freeze us. Almost died. What do we got? Flasks. Some claws. A couple of other flasks. Oop. There we go. That's what I was looking for. Well, that's an elevator to nowhere. Vampiric. Oh god. That one's dangerous. Another level up soon enough. Well, actually right now, not soon. Right now. The White Death, huh? You look pretty red now. You also look pretty dead. The ever hungry. Nice name, that buddy, old pal, old friend. Need a better weapon upgrade, more damage. We'll hopefully get a really good one in a little bit here. Hang tongue. I pressed one way too late. Alright, 27? Holy shit, hold on. Thorn's sword. We need 27 of those. Okay. That sword better be kick-ass. Two more left. I'm assuming it's going to be the same thing. It won't let us pick it up or whatever. Might have to do some organization of our, whatchamacallits.
Captain Tavares, altitude is imperative to forging a stable connection with the Prime Resonator in Theopolis. Power source is equally vital. Locate a fissure in the mountainside and lower a conductive cable into it. The deeper, the better. It will take an immense amount of thaumaturgical energy to execute the successful disintegration and transmission of objects, both inanimate and animate, between Highgate and Theopolis. For that kind of power, we must tap the origin. I needn't remind you of the consequences should either of those elements prove deficient. That is why I would like you, Tavares, to be the first to test the resonator once it is operational. Accountability is a perfect counterweight to ambition. High Templar Dominus.
Okay, Dominus. I'm assuming that we're gonna have to do that. Or not. Of course. We are in Act 5. I almost want to go through the first couple of acts, but we'll do that later. I want to check something really fast before we do that. Act 5 stuff. Should also probably change my title. They're not gonna have, yeah, they're not gonna have anything to say about this stuff. That's kind of a shame.
Still alive, are we?
Kind of a shame that like they don't have any additional dialogue and stuff like that, but yeah, whatever. No big deal. All right. Spin to win. Maybe much better to have ourselves a dual, like a two-handed weapon. We'll see. I'm still floating around the idea of like sticking with dual wield or switching over to two-handed. Bone dogs? Purge hounds. They look kind of bony. Like the colossal hybrid flask we got. $690 life. Probably better just to focus on the health flasks and the other 3 flasks that I got currently. At least until we find something better. (19% increase of quality). in a circle. Whoops. Go north. Gotta admit, I do love how like every area has its own music and all that. Elemental hit. It's a projectile. And bow. Yep. Okay. Prismatic. Wait. Yeah, it chooses a random element. We already have an ice shot, if I'm not mistaken. God, the Vampiric's... This is probably going to get us killed. Vampiric's probably going to get us killed here. I really am going to have to organize that crap in the future. Wish there was like an auto sort. There could be. Oof. That's a rough one. More cold modifiers, no fire. A resonator to influence item crafting. Okay. Okay. That's what the fossils are for. Nice. This build's pretty fun so far, for sure. I'm definitely enjoying it. For the melee build that I have going on, this is definitely up there. Yeah, thought so. This one's gonna be a little bit tough. I saw his health belly going down and like... Gonna get a bit dicey. At least for the amount of deaths we're about to experience here. Round 3. How many rounds do we think it's going to take? 6 or 7? For me, at least in my opinion, that's how many it's going to take. Those should have went down instead then. Got it. That is round 4 beginning right now. Trying to get him to come along. Make it easier for me to get to him. Come on. Fuck off. Might not be able to fight him. We made him too dangerous, too deadly. This is the second time this will have happened. Because he heals the vampiric, as I knew it would be a bad decision to put vampiric on first. Oh, this is the most rage you've seen from me so far from this game, in all honesty. That's something hilarious to keep in mind. Just thinking about it, like that was the first time I was like, oh, fuck off in this game. That's a milestone. That is a weak gold amulet. Hello, Crow. I want that. For sure I want that. Why is that, you wonder? Make this even more entertaining. True. True. Whoops. That was the wrong button. Wrong buttons for the wrong abilities. Oh, okay. Overseer's Tower is okay. I didn't realize that this was what this was gonna be. The control blocks. Notice board.
Unlike these assorted ignorami, I'm not surprised to see you here. The beast is dead. All thanks to you, I suppose. I was listening to the beast's death rattles when these lunatics broke in, wrecked the place, and dragged me here to tend to their cuts and bruises. Thankfully, I was able to bring some of my paraphernalia with me. The balance of power is shifting in your favor, O murderer of nightmares. If I am in possession of anything that might smooth the transition of governance, don't hesitate to ask. You'll find my terms quite reasonable. Some time ago, I fabricated a device able to sense and amplify the corrupt murmurings of Rayclass.
All right.
A miasmeter. I listened to those whispers for years, lingering beyond sane comprehension. And then the scream. Such profound agony that my mind was nearly sundered by its percussion. I thought another cataclysm might be upon us. But no, it was you, slaying the beast. I was witness to a singularly potent cadence. This
deafened
corruption,
ignorance.
I am convinced that it holds the very key to our human history, and with it, our very existence. Yet without the miasmeter, I'm condemned to deafened ignorance.
So we need to go to Piety's lab.
Piety's laboratory. I gave Piety everything, devoted my life to her work. What did that thankless bitch do for me in return? Left me here to polish her beakers while she pursued glory in Rayclast. Oh. You killed her, did you? Likely as not, you'd have killed me too had I been there.
Mm-hmm.
In that case, perhaps we both got exactly what we deserved.
Got pretty lucky.
Piety and I have devoted ourselves to the betterment of the human condition. As for our methods, Piety had a saying that summed it up nicely. Would you consider the feelings of the stones when constructing a glorious cathedral in the name of God? Casticus supplied us with slaves, mostly Kardui, and I put them to good use. In fact, I believe their participation in my experiments elevated them from squalor to splendor. Our subjects were able to give their otherwise meaningless lives to something
And I have to work with you? Great.
Isn't that what we all want in the end? Some time ago, I fabricated a device able to sense and amplify the corrupt murmurings of Rayclast, a miasmeter. I listened to those whispers for years, lingering beyond sane comprehension. And then the scream. Such profound agony that my
we just heard her say that.
An exile returned. How is that even possible? And a Karui warrior too.
Yeah.
Descending from the sky to destroy our enemies, like Tukohama in the stories my mother used to tell me. Well, your divine intervention gave us just the diversion we needed to take this tower.
Fucking
so if you
lovely.
keep doing things like that, then I might have to start believing in the gods again. And thank you for finishing off that last overseer for us. I don't know what sort of mother could have birthed that land-loving whale, but we were lucky he wasn't here when we took this tower. He'd have spread us across the floor like butter on a piece of bread. Here, take something for helping us in this hopeless fight of ours.
I want none of these.
We'd been planning it for months, spreading the word, stealing weapons, gathering support. Utula and his followers did most of the dirty work. I just carried a few messages here and there. Should have known I'd end up like this when the real fighting started. In the darkest hour before dawn, that's when we broke our chains. And as many overseer necks as we could wrap our hands around. We took the Panopticon as the sun rose over Theopolis, and that's as far as we got. When you're up against cold steel and colder hearts, there's only so far that anger will take you. I'd be dead right now if not for Violenta. I just hope I live long enough to repay her. And how will I do that? By talking Utula out of his inclination to slice Violenta's throat open. As far as I'm concerned, our pasts are as broken as our chains.
Well, hopefully she doesn't go back to her previous ways. That's my only issue. You know what I mean? I'm all for redemption arcs. It's just trusting that person to remain on the quote-unquote redeemed path.
For freedom.
I do not know you, nor you me, but I honor you all the same. Anointed in Templar blood, you come to us. Give us the reason, the hope to rise up. The tormented one has spoken. Kitava, the immortal slave, understands our plight like no other. He speaks through you, warrior. He tells us that we shall be free. Utula Makora is what they call me, and I have the miserable task of being chief to this lot. Well, I put the steel in their hands. I tell them where to stab, where to run, where to die. If that doesn't make me a chief, what does, eh?
Not really wrong.
Blood isn't the only currency we need to earn to buy our freedom. We can kill kill all the Templar mongrels we like out there. It won't matter a damn if we don't get inside their stronghold, the Templar courts. Might as well put my bloody chains back on right now. Problem is, there's some sort of witchery surrounding the place. Only those who see the truth with faithful eyes are getting in there. The power of innocence is all in the eyes, you see. Yet blessed Kitava has answered my prayers and sent us just the pair of eyes we need. The ever-faithful Justicar Casticus. He's there in the control blocks right now, smiting my people with self-righteous fury. Find him and rip his faithful eyes out. Then I'm sure the good Justicar will be kind enough to see you into the Templar courts.
I like Cthulhu. Okay, we got a lot to talk about with him in a moment, though. That's a very tempting piece of armor I'm looking at right there. 5 sockets. 5 sockets.
For vengeance.
We might have to pick that up. I'm gonna have to organize this stuff in a little bit here. Sell a bunch of these flasks so I can get better ones. So we can at least make this Tiger's Paw better. And we can actually replace this weapon with that one. Alright, what do we want to do? This item level is 43. So... $60 and below, $45 and below. Fire damage. Spell damage. Lightning damage to spells. Hold resistance. Minions deal. That's not exactly what we want. Normal to rare. Dexterity, mana, stun, poison. Damage with poison. 20 and 28. I mean... Where is new random modifier? Oh, it's not magic. Never mind. It would have to be rare. I keep forgetting that. Where is the, is it the jewelers? No. There's one that relinks magic. Portal to town. Quality of an armor, strong box, normal to magic. The links. I'm looking for the one that does links. Could have done that, but whatever. Then again, it doesn't necessarily matter. Yeah, let's save that. More cold damage to attacks, lightning resist, radius of light. I actually want to look at some of my rings and get something that's better than what I currently have. Physical damage, global physical damage, chaos damage to attacks, maximum life, regenerate life, cause monsters to flee, 9% to all elemental resistance. So if we take that item, we go over here, what if I corrupt some shit? Corrupts an item. And then if I make it... Oh, okay, that's good to know. Adds 4 to 7 fire damage to spells and attacks. Okay. Okay. So it completely alters an item. Got it. That's good to know. I'm pretty much gonna end up selling a lot of this shit, honestly. Because, like, as much as I do want to keep them, I'll have to go through and re-get all the items. It's just I don't have room for all this shit right now, and I'm not using it, so. So let's think. What do we want to do? Quantity of items found. That's literally why I'm wearing this, because of the quantity of items found. And flask duration increased. We're starting to lose space rapidly. Starting to lose space very rapidly. Those individuals hurt. A big deal, though. Just gonna blend through this area at a nice pace. Get a bunch of experience because we're fighting enemies that are a little bit higher level than in the other areas, so that's always good. We are getting slowed down. Probably because of the whip, I would assume. It's absolutely lovely to see the Herald effects kicking in like they are. I don't know about the lack of regeneration. The lack of regeneration might be harming us more than it's helping us, honestly. Cannot evade this, the Vol Pact. Life leech effect is doubled. Life regeneration has no effect. Let's see how this does. We can always get it later down the line, you know? But I've been thinking about it, especially in these areas where we are a little bit more susceptible to certain things. What if I press R now? Oh. Oh. Okay. Yeah, the health regeneration has definitely helped a lot more than I was giving it credit for. That's for sure. Oh, I died and I didn't use that. That would also help us a little bit more too. Give us a little bit more damage. We need to make sure we always do that. Problem is we haven't been. Ooh. I'm starting to love these things. What does this one do? 11? 6-link body armor. Well, that I'm really gonna have to organize this shit. Anything more and death will approach. My only question is, if I increase melee range, would it also increase the size of this circle? I'll have to do a comparison type thing. Ooh, you hurt. These individuals with the whips do a lot of damage with said whip. A hollowed mana flask. I can use it. It requires... Oh, I think it's weaker than what I currently have. Never mind. Another chromatic orb, man. Try to hit every single chest just because of the fact that, like, we get stuff like that for doing it. A Thresher Claw. Neat. Rude. Experimental supplies. Okay. Regeneration is definitely allowing us to stay alive a little bit more than we normally would be. Chaos resistance, regeneration, mirrored. What does mirrored mean? Whatever. Oh, there's two of them. Got it. At least that's what I'm assuming mirror means. Yeah, it is. That's what exactly what mirrored means. Good to know for the future. Nope, 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 nope. Go back into the dingle, man. We don't need to be doing that. And then again, we could get rid of a bunch of this shit.
I simply can't express how wondrous it is to see you. What? No, not you, Exile. The miasmeter. The hope of humanity lies in this beautiful device and the precious knowledge it
That's
shall
hilarious.
divulge. Far more useful than an accidental hulk of meat and instinct like yourself. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised to discover that your slaying of the beast correlates directly to the strife we must currently suffer. At least you've proved useful enough to return the miasmeter to me. That deserves some small reward, I suppose.
Fuck yes. That's more than a small reward. Holy shit.
Farewell. Hello.
I thought you were a shop.
Freedom comes to those who fight.
Increased rarity of items found. Energy, mana, all elemental resistances. 16% items. Increased rarity. Gives our intelligence a higher ratio. And mana regeneration. Don't know if we actually want that.
Remember, we do this for freedom.
I'm going to have to go through all of these momentarily. Like, holy shit, there's so many. No, let's do it now. Actually, no, let's not. Let's, Is it the control barrack things? Yeah. Let's finish with this. And then we'll, do our organization stuff, because we have a time limit, and that might take more than 10 minutes. You know? If there's ever something that's like, hey, you have a higher chance to get, those cards, I'm going for that. I don't want to wait till we get another level up so I can get both things, but at the same time, the knockback might actually be more detrimental than anything else, but we'll find out. Yeah. Okay, never mind. I was just making sure that that was the way that it was. Like it was blocked off like it is. Understandable. mage all the way up there trying to be an annoying shit. Ain't gonna let you pull that off. I think I'm gonna have to upgrade the life thing. The life flask. I definitely like the Blood Rage. Attack speed and life leech. Killing an enemy refreshes the buff duration and can grant a frenzy charge. I'll have to do something with the frenzy. If there is a way to do that with the passives. There probably is. Almost got another level up, which is exciting. You're just hurting yourself by summoning people. Keep forgetting about that. That's harming us so much not having that active damage-wise. Like, we could be doing so much more damage. Herald of Agony and Herald of Thunder. These two are just amazing damage dealers in addition to what we already have. Alright? And now, whenever we get our ability upgrade that allows us to, or not our ability upgrade, but a 6-slotted armor, we'll be able to have something that every time we get a kill, or something like that, will cast a spell. That's what my goal is, anyways. Trinity support. What the hell is Trinity support? Cyclone. Hit enemies, causing them to gain bonuses while you have a resonance of all 3 elements, and to grant resonance of elements other than the highest one in a hit. There is a maximum of 50 resonance for each element. Cannot support triggered skills, instant skills, orb skills, brands, skills with a reservation, or skills used by totems, traps, or mines. Cannot modify the skills of minions. Hits with supported skills for which the highest damage type is elemental cause you to gain 25 resonance of other elements per second for 2 seconds. Lose 5 resonance per second for each element you are not gaining. Supported skills deal 3% more elemental damage per 5 of the lowest resonance. And supported skills penetrate 7% elemental resistance while each resistance is at least 25. What? I mean, I know what it does, but what? Oh, that's a blue. Because it supports Cyclone, we did that could be kind of insane. Fire, lightning, and frost damage. If we have something that gives us all of those elemental effects, could be insane. The key word there being could. Welcome back.
Thank you. By killing Casticus, you've given us a fighting chance. And about his eyes, I'm sorry you had to do that. Yet although Utula's solution might seem brutal, I've seen Karui men blinded with a hot poker, simply for looking a fraction too long at an Oriathan lady. Yes, this is war. And just a little revenge, too. Take something. A token of our thanks.
Critical strike chance. Evasion doesn't help us. Armor. Granite flask. We might get that. Everything else is resistance stuff, right? Like cold. That's tempting. But 1500 armor is really tempting too. Increased damage. All elemental resistances. Movement speed. Probably not going to use that as much as we could. Alright. Okay, we'll have to deal with that later. And for the time being, let's deal with this crap. Actually, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, greater life flasks. We're probably just gonna have to sell outright. That sucks. But look at the positive side here. You won't have to worry about getting like readjusted in the future or it causing issues in the future. It's always better to get that stuff taken care of as soon as possible than wait around till it's too late to get it fixed. I cannot yet use this Sanctified Life Flask. You need to be level 50 for it. I am 2 levels away, however. So, we'll at least make one of those. Do I have anything that... Hold on. Not a jeweler's orb. Not an orb of regret. Armor. We could upgrade some armor, but I want 6-socketed armor before I do that. It's an orb of fusing you would need, and I'm not going to waste an orb of fusing. Improves the quality of a flask. We could start improving this flask, because this is probably going to be the one that we end up using the most out of all of them. Honestly, I should probably mess around and see if I can get these 2 flasks decked out. That'll come later, though.
Something? For vengeance.
Yeah, a lot of these I'm going to have to end up selling, I think. But that'll come later. Okay, now here's a question. Hold on, here's a question. We're not going to do this, but what does it give us? Okay, so Sanctified is as high as it gets. Sanctified is as high as it gets. That is good to know. Because what that means is we can now mess around and use these flasks as permanent flasks. When we can, we'll make this Hallowed Life into another Sanctified. In the meantime, however, let's make... Charge recovery, life recovery to minions, don't need it. Maximum charges are increased, immunity to ignite, all burning. Removes curses on use. I don't want reduced recovery amount. Look at that. 496 life? That's useless to me. Increased life. Over 2 seconds, when we currently have it over 6 seconds. Yeah, I'll take it. I want to see if I can curse one of these items later. Okay, can't corrupt it. We're probably not going to use these mana things. I'm just checking stuff out, I guess. Alright. Should be fine then.
Yes.
Can I buy some shit from you? Buy this. Lordly Plate. Level 35 item. One orb of transmutation. I don't think we will, though. So we're doing 40% more damage. That's fucking insane.
Yes? For freedom.
Alright, let's see what Orth Square has to offer us. Yeah, these rebels aren't gonna make it. We didn't make it. I pressed 1 and everything. Does feel like we're doing more damage. Just obliterating these people for no reason. I want to go check that loot over there. Eyes of Zeal to access the Templar Quartz. Find High Templar Avarius and kill him. Avarius is a name we've heard about in the past. Serpent Scale. I'll have to organize this shit later down the line. I just don't feel like doing it right now. I'm also using my armor ability more often because it's a cast. It's an immediate cast. All right. Feels like we're doing 40% more damage at close range. This is madness. This is Sparta! A hideout. Nice. This one, like, actually looks like a nice place. We're not going to switch over yet, though. We're going to clear it out, get it ready, and then we'll switch over because, holy shit, this place actually looks nice.
Curious. Keep your life to your own.
You can switch hideouts whenever, I believe. Haven't been in my hideout in a long while. I need to keep going to my hideout. Need to end. I think we need to end episodes of Path of Exile at our hideout. Oh shit! Sorry about yeah. I'll be sure to keep that in mind. My apologies. I get easily sucked into this game and I start to lose focus on looking at the chat and whatnot. My apologies for that. Normally I'm better at that, but I felt like I had to pay a little bit more attention because we were actually dying easier. Not that dying really matters in this game. We lose a little bit of experience. Oh well. To just grind it out and get more. With how much side stuff I'm going to end up doing and how much stuff I'm going to want to unlock, trust me, I will get to the I'll get all my experience back. Don't need to be worried about that. But yeah, I appreciate you keeping me posted on all that stuff. Why do I know that one? A sulfur flask. That's familiar. 40% increase of damage. If I was just letting myself get hit there. Yeah, the knockback was working. Eel skin boots. So I would only assume that because we're using melee at close range that the other stuff is working as well, the 40% increase of damage. We can't go there. They are considered an enemy because our summon and stuff like that are going straight for them. Pretty massive area. God, that little spinny blade demolishes everything. But anytime I see two, I should be like, use it. Use on cooldown or whatever it's called. Yeah, that's the saying you want to utilize. It's called use on cooldown or whatever. And basically when, like my armor ability right there, anytime I'm like in the middle of a fight, just press Q. Try not to have too good to use syndrome. Where it's like, oh, it's such a good ability, you don't want to use it. Just use it. It recharges fairly quickly. You have 2 slots for it. You don't have to use stuff like that on the boss. Should also use the Vol Skeletons. I appreciate the lurk. I will see you next time. I do hope you enjoyed your stay. Until next time, take care and have a good one. Flicker Strike. That might be interesting, but I don't know if it'll actually work with us. God, with the Evolved Blade Vortex, we become a literal just dual blender. We go from a blender to a grinder. Might as well throw out some skeletons just for shits and giggles. Is a battle sort of one-handed? It is. I want to explore the rest of this area first. Chaos orbs. Neat. It's evasion only. .240 accuracy rating. Kind of funny. I don't know why I'm picking these up anymore, honestly. Not going to use them. Selling them's not really that worthwhile because you don't make dick out of selling them, except scrolls of identify. Not even scrolls of identify. Parts of scrolls of identify. That's actually possibly pretty pog right there. Trigger level 10 consecrate when you deal a critical strike. 35% increase global critical strike chance. Light radius increase. Increased rarity of items dropped by enemies killed with critical strike. Damage while on consecrated ground. Block attack damage while on consecrated ground. Why not? Honestly, why not? That's consecrated ground right there. Alright. I mean, we're gonna get critical strike chances out the ass. Maybe if I mess with swords. It's absolutely wonderful to see how many critical hits we get by seeing Consecrate activate as many times as it does. Like, look at this shit. Want to make sure I get quality as high as I can possibly get it. Like, the quality of items that will drop is as high as it can possibly go. Mind you, it's one of those things where this is, like, just me testing out this ring. Not 100% certain I'm actually going to, utilize it as much as we possibly could. That was a useless room, if you would. Knockback. Critical strike chance Increase global strike chance by 50%. Like, that shit's insane. Guaranteed crit. I mean, Superior Colossal Hybrid Flask. I don't know. Hybrid Flasks don't do it for me. Life regeneration reduces something and something else. Effects of curses. Nice, got a bunch more chromatic orbs in stock or in hand. We will, after we sell all these items. Gem Cutter Prison. Love how we got a thing out of one of those chests. Tarot cards, or whatever they're called. Elemental Thorns. I think that's what fucking got us obliterated there. Oh, fuck. Alright. Really? Gotta go around? That's fine. A little bit annoying, but that's fine nonetheless. That's how we gotta find High Templar various. Just find this person, kill that person. Find this person, kill this person. Nothing wrong with that, though. Nice level up. rude. We are a level away from 50. We are a level away from 50. We'll get there soon enough. So excited for 50. So excited for 50. I might have to do two-hand stuff. If I do, I'll go back and I'll make some adjustments on, like, this. Orbs of Regret, right? We'll do that, and we'll focus on anything with two-handed. Is that what I want? Healing, bleeding stuff. Increased area of effect. Increased area of effect. I think we go down to there. 30 int, 30 dex. Melee damage, area of effect, melee damage, area of effect. So it'll give us a 20% increase to melee damage and a 30% increased area of effect for the melee skills. So that's something we want. I do want to come down here, but I think we'll do that later. Yeah, I like that. Splash area effect. More melee damage. Strike range. Strike range. Melee splash area of effect. Tribal Fury. Strike skills target one additional nearby enemy. Oh god, we're gonna get attack mastery up a lot. War Cry should share a cooldown. Okay. Let's get to the Chamber of Innocence, which I'm pretty sure it's the exact opposite of that. Arena battle. Okay, maybe it's not an arena battle. It seemed like it was going to be. What the fuck? Whatever that was, it's dead. shit. The whispers I hate. I absolutely... That is not what that is. A voltaic sulfite chest. It is what I thought it was. Interesting. There's probably 3 of these around here.
This'll do nicely, Exile.
What does that mean? Oh, the whispers were in effect for something. Whatever. There's lore up there I want to get. One day 2 were born of their mother's womb, innocence with eyes of burning red, sin with eyes of burning of clearest blue. Innocence red, sin blue. Okay. I'll take it.
Another good find.
Ooh, I know what that is. I'll have to go through and make sure I pick up all the loot. I don't know how common these currency items have gotten now. At least, common in quotation marks. Oh shit. Want to sell a bunch of those for the chromatic orbs and then organize some stuff in my inventory. We might as well.
Yes. Talakura.
Be nice to get 5 links. But whatever. Corrupted. Interesting. Twisted Inquisitorium. I can't say that right. Whatever. Boot blade. Plagued by a sickness as of late, a kind of blood marking, this curse stalks me in both waking life and the world of dream. The relics no longer sing to me of power, they scream to me of hunger, and the ruins call out like needy children for blood. Oh, so much more blood. Now that I am aware of their ancient existence, they will not remain silent. What was, at first, revitalizing, is now torment. I can't, no matter how hard I try, clean the blood from my face and hands. Nobody ever sees the red. But for me, yet this does not mean it doesn't exist. I purchased 3 Karwi slaves from the marketplace the other morning, strapping young lads of 17. At the blood site in the ancient ruins, they pleaded with me something about the place, the corruption, ingrained in the stonework. It spoke to them, and they knew the powers demand blood. So I gave it to them. I opened the throats of those Karwi lads and poured out their essence onto Atziri's altar. As the sanguine liquid was sucked up by the stone, my mind frayed, and I saw the queen herself, naked and aroused, bathing in a pool of blood while her hand reached between her thighs. Alrighty then. I can't shake her image from my mind. Even now, as I lay on my bed, I shiver with fear and anticipation. I have never felt lust for a woman in this magnitude. I fear the queen shall be the death of me. When I close my eyes, I see her reaching out to embrace me. Templar Devaro. Alright, so it sounds like somebody got a little bit corrupted. Or a lot corrupted. Sacrifice at dawn can be used in a personal map device. Righteous Fury. Magical fire rapidly burns you and nearby enemies. Spell damage is substantially increased while under this effect. The effect ends when you have 1 life remaining. Okay. That might be pretty cool. That might be really cool. Blue. Discipline, an area that grants additional energy shield and increased energy shield recharge rate to you and your allies. Blazing salvo? That's a cast spell. Okay. That's good to know. That hits hard. That's like... might be useful, but... I have no idea how useful it will be. Useful, but useless? More lore. Or information. We kill ourselves. I was gonna be cheeky with it, but there was no being cheeky with it. That was just that is one of those situations of like probably not the best. Also be able to go through the mine a lot more. That's exciting. I didn't think we would... I thought we could only do it at the mine, but apparently sulfur deposit can show up wherever the sulfur deposit desires to show up. Innocence lived with an honest and pure heart, never straying from his mother's word. Sin filled his heart with lies and indulgence, and deafened his ears to his mother's pleas. Sin was blue-eyed, innocence was red-eyed. Village gathered to watch Sin become ash and breathe the deeply of the smoke that poured from his screaming mouth. Sin filled their lungs, their minds, and their Seems like there is a little bit that's missing. Waves crash upon the shores of Orith, waves of hunger, of desire, the ravenous god and his starving multitude, raising with the tide, flooding our streets with death and depravity until innocence cried out no more, bathing our city in fire, scorching the wicked to ash and bone. The ravenous god fled into the embrace of our glorious Savior. Driven down he was into toil, stone, and beyond, into damnation by the will of light of our innocence. High Templar Avarice. So he's probably going to be related to fire. Like his elemental effects. So it is quite phenomenal that you can perk up in a ridiculous way. Oh wow, that's an amazing one. Innocence watched sin take root in the bodies of men and women and children. He witnessed them turn on each other, first with words, then with fists. Friends and kin embraced in mortal struggles, their skin weaving with skin, flesh bonding with flesh, bone entwining with bone, until the village had become one withering giant, forged of strife and hatred. Okay. Okay. Well, we don't have to do this, but I want to. Stormstrider can go there. Dexter can go here. I'm just organizing this crap right now. I'll keep like 4 of each, if I can. of the highest level ones. Flame Strider, Storm Strider, and Frost Strider. Let's just finish searching this because we need to get that other gear. The other Sol fight. Movement speed and exerted attacks. Sounds like a great plan. Or a great effect. There's the final one.
Another good find.
210 Sol fight. I'll have to go through and start using these more often. Glad I saw that. Every little bit of currency will help, whether or not we use it on actual purchases or if we use it to
The world must be cleansed of impurity.
upgrade our items. Okay. Ow. Don't know about that one, Chief. Thought so. Mm-hmm. Jesus Christ. You are annoying. We're gonna die a couple times, this fucker. We're gonna have to stay mobile. Okay, that was a. I'm a fire and blazer. Oh, this fight's annoying. He is kicking our ass. Whatever those effects are, we're dead. Yep. Fire base, electrical base, I'm not 100% sure. He is kicking our ass. Like a fucking bullet hell right now we gotta deal with. Holy shit, that's hilarious. Just die.
And only you I shall save. Innocence!
Holy shit, that's funny.
I am Sin, the Forgotten One. Would that humanity could forget all of my kind. Perhaps with your help, that might still come to pass. For now, the blinding light has been dimmed, and darkness floods in to fill the void. The desperate and depraved set a feast for their lord incumbent, Kitava, the Ravenous One.
Ooh, cutscene. Oh shit. This is bad.
Deep in the Templar's ossuary, in the company of the dead, there lies the sign of purity. Innocence bled himself for the creation of that cruel and desperate weapon. Tempered in his own ruby ichor, it was forged to be a transcendent tool of punishment and purification. The sign is a living agent of righteousness, or at least the dubious kind of righteousness that my brother subscribes to.
Shit. All this shit's in the way.
Deep in the Templar's ossuary, in the company of the dead, there lies the sign of purity. Innocence bled himself for the creation of that cruel and desperate weapon. Tempered in his own ruby ichor, it was forged to be a transcendent tool of punishment and purification. The sign is a living agent of righteousness, or at least the dubious kind of righteousness that my brother subscribes to. Innocence found in the first High Templar a most faithful servant, and gifted the sign to him so that it might be used in times of great need. The great need of Innocence believers, that is. Humanity's general well-being has never been of particular concern to my brother.
I'm gonna end up selling all this crap.
Though I am a god, I have not forgotten my humanity. I care for that which I once was. Kitava remembers nothing and cares for nothing but his own hunger and greed. He is an endless pit of gnashing teeth and churning guts. While other gods rise on the mainland and fight for the meager scraps of what was, Kitava has the most fecund and formidable civilization of his age at his disposal. He can feed when he likes, and he grows ever stronger with each morsel. All of Ariath shall soon belong to Kitava, and if that happens, he will rise beyond even our reach.
So we're starting to fight gods now.
He lives, after a fashion. That pretentious little vessel of his served only to encourage his divine follies. I have procured him a more sensible host, one that should contain his excesses and temper that fragile ego of his. Hear this, brother. From mind of lead to heart of gold, your soul shall be bound, your wrath shall grow cold.
Oh.
I am Sin, the Forgotten. Should Kitava...
Okay. What is the name of that? Please tell me that I misread that. Okay, the Chamber of Innocence. Sanctum of Innocence. That's blocked off. Bannon.
What in damnation have you done?
You've destroyed him, and yet I hear the voice of innocence, begging for our forgiveness, asking for our help. You and I heard him the moment the High Templar fell, whispering inside my damn skull, his heart beating within my chest. Innocence protects us now, holds fast the door against the murderous tide that rushes to meet us. He wants you to pass through that door, to bring order to the chaos beyond. I don't understand any of this. Moments ago, I was just a soldier obeying his High Templar, Bannon the Nobody. Now, my God lays inside my head, telling me to let you through that door and to make my way to Overseer's Tower, if it still stands. It does? All right. I don't know what's waiting for you out there, but should you survive it, I'll see you at Overseer's Tower.
Nice. Back through Templar Courts. We should probably turn this in. We should probably turn this in. I should also be getting ready to wrap up. Maybe we'll go a little bit longer.
We're glad you made it. No, damn it all, that's just too strange to abide. I'm glad you made it. And innocence tells me I need to keep helping you. So that's what I'm going to do. I know my way around weapons and armor, and all things Templar if you should want for further enlightenment on that subject. As for innocence, I don't know. Sometimes he makes sense, other times he's a shattered god, but he'll heal. I'll make sure of that. Lani's told me a little about Utula and his cult of Kitava. Enough to know what Utula's got planned. Bring about the fall of one god so he can raise up one of his own. And this Kitava, from what fragments I can piece together from innocence, he's not the benevolent kind. Please, find Utula and stop him. I'm not saying this because I want to put innocence back on his divine throne. I'm saying this because Oriath is my home.
Oriath.
It's made some mistakes, but it doesn't deserve the fate that Utula has in mind.
That's a shame. Didn't realize Utula was.
You deserve recognition
gonna do
for
that.
what you've done. You've freed us from Templar oppression. Yet I fear you may have defeated the lesser of two evils. Still, take something. You'll be needing it in the dark times to come. Once Kitava has gobbled up every scrap of Oriathan flesh, sucked every Oriathan bone dry of marrow, he'll turn his endless hunger to Namakanui and the whole Karui archipelago. As you know, the Karui will fight, and they'll fight hard, but they're going to need all the help they can get. And I know of 3 treasures that might just make the difference. They were taken when the Templar raided Namakanui. A whip woven of Hinekora's hair, a tooth that Tukohama ripped from his own mouth, a fishhook that was once the jawbone of Valakor. Together, they're known as Kitava's torments and lie within the reliquary that borders Oriath Square. I saw them with my own eyes when delivering messages to the scholars there. Please, go to the reliquary and claim those treasures before Kitava's children do. I can't yet begin to unpick the lies that Utula has told us. But this piece of truth I do have. Utula sensed that very moment when you struck your final blow, when you broke the Templar's power. He turned to me and told me this. Now our king comes to us. He'll be hungry, so very hungry. I shall prepare him a feast. Then he gathered his followers and left. Where's he gone? Oriath Square. You won't need directions. Just follow the screams.
I thought he was a pretty cool dude. Turns out he's a fucking
Bannon is unexpected.
psycho.
At least, he's not the sort of Templar that I'm used to dealing with. His ideas about innocence almost make sense to me. The way he worships innocence and receives such power in return, it's like his devotion actually brings out the best in his god. But how is that possible? A god is a god. They bless us and they punish us, not the other way around. Yet for Bannon, somehow it's different. When I was a courier for my father's house, I'd cross Cathedral Square 100 times in a day. On the fairest days, that square would be filled to bursting with Oriath's highborn, come to bask in the sun and each other's glowing nobility. It was a pretty sight, depending on where you stood. The King's Feast is an ancient ritual born of less enlightened times. Long before the Karui followed the way, one tribe would conquer another and a feast would be prepared for the triumphant king. The main dishes of this feast were selected carefully for the sweetness of their nature and the tenderness of their flesh. You see, when the conquered fills the belly of the conqueror, 2 tribes become one. And that's what's happening out there in Theopolis right now. The tribe of Kitava is feeding upon the tribe of Oriath, and the feast won't end until 2 tribes become one. Remember what Utula said about Kitava? He is the tormented one, destined to rise up from the darkness, and we, his children, rise with him. It was there all along, in eyes too bright and smiles too wide. Cunning concealed by kindness. Conquest wearing the mask of freedom. I didn't see it because I was looking for something else. Hope. The cult only wanted what it's always wanted. To be born again in their father's image. They are Kitava's children, the first of his tribe. Unless you do something about it, they won't be the last.
Crazy. Absolutely crazy.
For freedom.
Hello. In contrast to the company she keeps, Lani has quite an astute mind. I put it down to that Oriathan education she's managed somehow to procure. Whilst quelling whatever resistance you might meet in this noble coup of yours, you'd be well advised to look to Lani for counsel. She'd make the finest of advisors, second only to myself, of course. I told you so. What more need I say?
Bitch.
Bannon claims that a god now lives inside his head and talks to him. What's more common? Divine possession or insanity? I'll leave you to calculate the odds.
Well, the odds are forever in his favor because
I can't really fault
I witnessed it.
Casticus, a man committed heart and soul to upholding the law. Of course, law isn't the same thing as justice, and men like Casticus lack the imagination necessary to make that distinction. Avarius, innocence. I'm not sure there's a great deal of difference. Around the time I heard the beast's mortal scream, the newly appointed High Templar Avarius went through something of a revelation. The manner in which he speaks and acts now would indicate that he believes, without doubt, that he is some earthly embodiment of God. That's faith for you. It'll reduce grown men to the madness of infancy.
You didn't get your ass handed to you by a fucking a god.
Yes,
I didn't.
a discry staff that
Makes a little bit more
sent me
sense
to
how we got our
study at one
ass
point.
handed to us.
Apparently it was a gift from innocence to the first High Templar, Maxarius. Dominus couldn't even bear to touch the thing, so he had it locked up in the ossuary. Quite reactive behavior for a man of such formidable intellect, yet now it's making a little more sense. The staff was certainly able to conduct and store energy, yet remained inert when I applied corruption to it. It must only respond to divine energy, and with corruption and divinity being diametrically opposed, it's no wonder that my experiments failed to excite the thing. Meaning, if the sign of purity is a repository for the power of innocence, Dominus could never have wielded it, being steeped as he was in the opposing power of the beast. You, though, you're a different matter entirely. People have talked about the return of the gods since the birth of Oriath. It's a gambit employed by charlatans to fleece the weak-minded and morally desperate. Or so it seemed.
There you go.
Avarius and his Templar drones now greet the dawn filled with power and glorious purpose. Kitava has risen from whatever ethereal cesspit he's been hiding in for the last few millennia. So what let the cats out of their proverbial bags? I'm a scholar, not a prophet. Yet there's one occurrence that absolutely reeks with evidential causality. You killed the beast. You really don't have a strong grip on cause and effect, do you? Things replace other things. It's the most fundamental of laws. The larger the thing you remove, the bigger the rush to fill the space that's left behind.
She's not wrong.
Innocence was the nexus of power in Oriath. Remove him and something of equal or greater power was always going to take his spot. Any idiot could have predicted that Kitava was going to be that something. Unless Of course. You thought it was going to be you.
Nah.
Dominus adopted Chittis Cathedral as his personal laboratory. He decked it out with everything his miraculous mind could conceive of. His great work in Psalm, that which you destroyed, it all began there. Farewell.
What do you need? I'm having a little trouble explaining it myself. I've never been the most devout of men, especially for a Templar, more of a soldier than a believer. But now, Innocence himself rests within me. His voice is weak, barely a whisper, yet still he has the power to keep us safe from Kitava's hunger. At least for now. For my part, I'm simply grateful. Grateful that I have a god watching my back, and grateful that he's given me the power to watch others in return. I'm having a little trouble. For a long time now, I thought my god's intentions were being twisted by his supposed servants. Did I speak up? No. The pyre would have been my only answer. I did what I was told and drew the lines of morality where I could. Now I understand the truth. It wasn't Innocence's intention being twisted. It was Innocence himself, perverted by the selfish convictions of the men and women who worshipped him. A god answers to the believer, as the believer answers to their god. A sign of purity. Let's see. A staff, bathed in innocent blood. No. Sorry, bathed in the blood of Innocence. Yes, Innocence gave a part of his divine self to the thing, and gifted it to the Templar. Now that I recall, I read a tome about it when I was a cadet. A bloody long time ago. I skipped most of the boring pages, so only remember the bit where High Templar Maxarius smote with flame the army of the faithless, with one ray of its hallowing light. The book's words, not mine. Outside of my humble flesh, the sign of purity is about all that's left of Innocence. Devotion should be honored, I suppose. For centuries now, the Templar have boiled the flesh and skin from the devout, and presented the polished remains for public appreciation in the ossuary. Personally, I think it's one of the better ways to remember those who have gone before us. To touch the bones is to remember neither the legend, the legacy, nor the lies. It reminds you that those bones belong to a man or woman who was just like any other man or woman. I'd be lying if I said my hands were clean of slavery's blood. I was a soldier. I went where Dominus ordered me to go. I sailed with the expedition to Namakanui, killed Karui warriors, and rounded up Karui captives like every other bastard in a Templar uniform. So I don't blame Lonnie for wanting to take back her freedom, and I don't blame her for believing Utula's lies either. I certainly swallowed enough of Dominus's falsities to sicken my soul. It's what we do now that matters. I can see that Lonnie's heart is in the right place, and for once in my damned life, so is mine. To be perfectly honest with you, I don't trust her. Yeah, I've got my reasons. Piety kept her work pretty quiet, but her results were brutally clear. The people she took, the people she changed. Slaves mostly, and a few enemies of God. Enemies of bloody Dominus, more like it. I don't go in for black and white definitions of good and evil, but with piety in her ilk, I make an exception. Whatever's lurking inside Violenta,
yeah,
ain't good. Not by a long shot.
I got the same feelings.
Lani's told me a little about Utula. Lani's told me a little about Utula and his cult of Kitava. Enough to know what Utula's
Okay, yeah, we did read that. And you replaced the other shop owner. That's kind of hilarious.
Innocence blesses your journey.
Yes? Remember, we do this for freedom.
Well, that's not a currency item. Oh, shit. That's something I actually want right there. That's like the best one so far. Looks different. Open all these chests up. And now the Justicars and all that are twisted and corrupted because of Katava's influence. I love how I didn't realize we were like starting to get into the territory of fighting gods and goddesses and the like that. But it makes sense based on how many times we got our ass absolutely handed to us by innocents. I do like this game. It's nice, it's fun. There's a little bit of thought process that actually has to go in, especially late game. Like it's not as mindless in quotation marks. I'm seeing a new effect. I'm seeing a new effect that I have no idea where it's coming from, though. Oh well. Maybe we'll get a chance to look at it later down the line. Forgot to have those activated. Oh, the knockback is actually working on the Herald effect. Interesting. Waste of time. That is okay, though. You never know what you might find. I know I can turn portal scrolls into scrolls of knowledge. Like this right here, we had to focus a lot more than I anticipated we would have to. I don't think we can do any more of the frost ones. It'll be a complete and utter pain in the ass if we make them any more difficult. Like, a diamond ring will take. Not a unique, obviously, but that's fine. Oh, we got another level up. I'm like, wait a minute. What was that ding sound? Was that ding sound us getting a level, or was that a ring? That was a level. This is gonna be so good. I don't care too much for the knockback, but the melee, the attack mastery or whatever it's called, that's what I care about. That's like the only way we can go, I believe. Make sure we clear out a little bit more of this area just to make sure. I'm glad that the fire is not a physical item. Like, I'm glad it's just for show. Like, the map looks different because now things are on fire. So we need to go there. Kind of surprised. There we are. There's some more enemies. I did not anticipate that the Herald of Thunder would also have knockback. I guess it's just on attacks in general. You're a hefty enemy. Didn't last too long, but still. Tiger's Paw. It's blue, unfortunately. I'd honestly rather an item not be magical and rather it be rare. A good portion of enemies, like, very rarely can enemies survive before we get quote-unquote past them. Great. And this is without using most of our abilities to buff ourselves up with and all that. They have a nice little slowdown effect. Blood Rage is a big, like, it's a significant boost. These enemies we could go past. An Iron Staff that is 5 slot.
Did you think our vengeance was done, Savior? Oh no, it has only begun.
Didn't mean to come across him this early, but alright. Okay. That's them down. I want to find Kitava's Torments. There's some spiderweb mark on the ground that slows you down. Assuming that this is the reliquary. I think that was Kitava's Torment. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. You know what? Let's go to our hideout.
Greetings, survivor.
Greetings. Hello. Journey well.
No. The crystal veins, no. Yeah. Because now we could, like... I definitely like the look of this one better. We'll see if we like the looks of other ones more than this one, but for the time being, this might be the one that we end up decking out most. Or above everyone else. Have the workbenches inside and stuff like that. That'll come later down the line. We'll probably get a different one in all honesty. Yeah, these banners, these rugs. That's cool. We can just reclaim everything. Right? Gamblers. That's interesting. There's a lot of stuff to... Oh. Oh. Okay. I see how this works. That's hilarious. We'll have to mess with this stuff later. But that's so cool. You put like just random people if you wanted to. I wonder if some of the stuff is actually usable. There are so many decorations. Oh, so we are level 50 now, so that's awesome. You okay there, game? Game's not okay. Too much shit seems to be going on right now. Well, see about the Kitava's torments if they're like right here, or if there's several different levels we have to go through. We'll decide what to do for that at that point. What the hell are you doing this to me now, game? Nope. So apparently when you go from the hideout into an area like this, the game does not appreciate that. 5-socket full plate? I think we'll take that. I'd like 6-socket, but I'll take what I can get.
To replace the Feast of Birds that Kitava had greedily consumed, Tsukuhama, our father of war, and Valakor, father of storm, went fishing. Although Kitava was blind, he could still cast his line and feel when a fish took his bait. So, Tsukuhama and Valakor took him with them on Tsukuhama's mighty canoe. But while they fished, Kitava grew hungry and secretly ate all of their bait of grubs and worms. Disgusted and angry, Tsukuhama and Valakor decided to use Kitava as bait instead. Valakor used his own jawbone as a hook, impaled Kitava on it, and cast both into the sea. Kitava sank to the bottom of the sea, but instead of the fish eating Kitava, it was Kitava who ate all of the fish that nibbled at him, flesh, scales, guts, and all. When Tsukuhama and Valakor pulled a fat-bellied Kitava back up from the sea, they were even more furious and knew that Kitava must be punished one final time.
Alright. Interesting. So even though these are supposed to be Kitava's torments, it doesn't seem like he's getting that punished out of the whole ordeal. What the fuck was that? Alright, after we finish with getting the torments, I think we're gonna turn in whatever quests we could turn in, and then call it with this game for today. But no, we're having a good time. We've got to keep slaughtering everything we come across. Gotta love getting the orbs of fusing. These guys are a bit beefy, in all honesty. Not what I wanted to pick up. This is the final one. How did it start, though? Reliquarian. I was pissed off where we're not supposed to be.
Tukohama, our father of war, and Valakor, father of storm, took Kitava to Hinekora, mother of death. They asked her to kill the brood of Kitava, for surely their tribe would starve if Kitava continued to live among them. But Hinekora refused, for death would not teach Kitava the lesson he needed to learn. Instead, Hinekora beat Kitava with a whipped poison of her own hair. To Kitava, each strand was a searing lash, and so he wore thousands and thousands of blistering lashes across his back, as Hinekora drove him relentlessly into the darkest corner of the underworld. There she left him to suffer, without water or food, for the rest of eternity. And there Kitava remained, in the darkness of Hinekora's night, for time beyond measure. There he suffered, waiting for the day that he could return to the world of light, to slake his scorching thirst and satiate his ravening hunger.
Alright, so that's what we gotta deal with now. I love how I anticipated finding these relics in order, and we find the first one last. You're kind of annoying, but you'll die just as fast as everybody else. The catch yourself on fire ability doesn't nearly work as much as I wanted it to. Might get another level up here. That's what I'm gonna go for anyways. Oh yeah, we're for sure getting another level up. Greens and good day. Karma's bad. How are you today? I'm doing well. Just chilling. Getting ourselves up to level 51. So that's exciting. We're doing an optional mission here, and then I'm probably going to be switching over to Let It Die, actually. So you're just in time. Basically, just the game is currently also not liking the area that I'm in as well. So that is another reason why I'm going to be going. All right, we will deal with you later. Let's get this recipe book. Understandable accuracy increase there. Yeah. The farm is real in Let It Die.
Arohongui, daughter of the moon, was preparing for a feast to celebrate Tukohama's return from his war on the first ones of the Ezamites. Tafor, son of the forest, asked each of the birds to sacrifice one of their kind for the feast. He gave these offerings to Arohongui, who cooked them in a great fire-stone pit. Seeing all of those plump birds cooking made Kitava very hungry, and he offered to watch them, to make sure they didn't burn while Arohongui rested during the heat of the day. Arohongui thanked Kitava for his kindness, but while she slept, Kitava ate the cooking birds, flesh, bones, gizzards and all. Upon waking, Arohongui was furious to find that Kitava had lied to her, for saying that he would watch the birds when he truly intended to eat them all up. When Tukohama arrived home in his mighty canoe, Arohongui asked him to punish Kitava for his selfish gluttony. Tukohama, our father of war, agreed and pulled the sharpest tooth from his own mouth. He then asked Arohongui and Tafor to hold Kitava fast while he cut Kitava's face with the tooth. 2 slashes that blinded Kitava and formed a bleeding cross upon his face. From that day forth, Kitava would never be able to promise to watch that which he truly intended to consume.
Alright, so basically, we're at the stage in Path of Exile where we're fighting gods now. And Kitava's one of them gods. So we were getting the Kitava's torments. Gathering those up because it's a side mission. Right, we gotta return those into Lanny, and then we have to go to Bannon for our reward for killing the individual who basically was anticipating and wanted the arrival of Kitava. Kitava, from what we've gathered so far, is a god of hunger. Just devours every and anything in his path. And it started with him, as you just heard, lying to one of the goddesses of his tribe that he was going to watch these birds, but instead devoured them, everything from them. They blinded him as a result. After that, they took him fishing. I think his father and brother took him fishing because, well, he couldn't see. He could still feel the rod moving when the fish bit, right? Bit the hook. But while they were distracted, Kitava, dodge of pushovers. I mean, One of the gods killed us about 4 or 5 times, but still, we were able to kill them. So yeah, you're not wrong about them being a pushover. But while they were distracted, Kitava consumed all of the bait. So that pissed off his father and brother. So as punishment, the brother ripped off his own jaw, used it as a hook to use Kitava as bait, and they casted Kitava down to where he sunk to the bottom of the water. Only the fish did not consume Kitava. The fish were consumed by Kitava. So of course, when they brought him back up, thinking it was a massive fish they had caught, they were infuriated even more so than they were previously at Kitava's existence. So they took him to that shaman lady, who proceeded to whip him with her own hair, and then throw him into the deepest, darkest depths from which he would starve and thirst for as long as basically innocence existed. And then we got rid of innocence, and there we go. Greetings and good day, Rockstar. How are you today? Also, thank you for remaining a defender of the kingdom. I very much appreciate it.
The High Priest is dead, yet the object of his devotion remains. There's no doubt you did all
Doing
right
well.
bringing that man to
Doing a little bit of wrap up with this game before we switch over to Let It Die.
Fishing his master out of a river of blood. Damn. Sorry. I never could get the hang of boosting morale. Didn't seem right to polish the edges off harsh facts. Probably why I never made captain. Still, I've been poking around here for a bit and have turned up Utula's stash. Quite the magpie he was. So here, help yourself. When it comes to hunting a god, I suppose every little bit helps.
Please give me a perk point. Oh, one of these. What are these? Assassin's Haste, Cobalt Jewel. 10% increased mana regeneration rate. We don't want that. The movement speed and the attack and cast speed, maybe. Oh, life is going well. Just chilling, having a grand old time. This year I'm doing a challenge type thing. It's not like a challenge. Just I want to go live every single day for this year at the very least. That, and regardless of like next year when I go back to a regular schedule, I have like a day I take a break or whatever. I'm going to be going live at around 6 p.m. EST EDT because I started doing that recently. So I'm going live 2 hours earlier than I used to. Attack damage, melee strike range. Give me that all day, every day, please and thank you. I thank you for the good luck. Been going well so far. Tomorrow I'm not going to be going live at 6 p.m. I'm probably going to be going live maybe at 7 or 8, depending on how things go. That's because I'm going to be chilling with my mom. It's her birthday tomorrow. Got anything good for me, dude? I mean, we could try and get the full plate decked out. It'd be nice to get this set up a little bit more.
Innocence forgives you.
Not all slaves believed Utula's lies. Some I know have managed to steal a ship and are soon to set sail for Namakanui. Hopefully, with these treasures on board, Valakor will bless their voyage and breathe deeply into their sails. No, I'm not going with them. I helped bring this curse down upon Oriath, so I'll help save what little there is left to save.
Perk point?
Here, take something, in thanks for your part in preserving the Karui way.
Yeah. Yeah, perk point.
You've sent the traitor to meet his ancestors, have you? That'll be an interesting conversation. I'm no Hatungo, but I can foresee Utula walking a long road of trial and suffering before he earns himself a place at the ancestors' table. And just as Utula's journey continues, so does yours, right into the jaws of Kitava. I don't profess to understand the mind of a god, but I know the stories. Kitava is patient. He waited in the darkest pit of Hinekore's realm. He will bide his time while his hunger spreads like the plague it is, and when his tribe is replenished 100 times over, Kitava will rise one final time to finish the feast that he has started. Oriath is merely the appetizer. There's a whole world out there for Kitava to taste.
Well, technically, we didn't kill a god yet.
You've proved that you're a hero who can slay legends.
We killed the avatar of a god.
Let's see if you can kill a god.
Now we're going to be killing a god. Probably tomorrow, in all honesty. Today, we're going to be switching to Let It Die after I do some sorting and stuff like that. Alright. Area of effect on melee skills, please and thank you. I'm still tossing around the idea of whether or not I want to stick to one-handed melee weapons. I'm pretty sure I'm going to. That is going to limit us a teeny tiny bit, I think, on some of the skills that we could utilize. And the reason I'm going to stick with that is because I have over here the leech mastery and a little bit of shield mastery, like for the leeching. And to get that, we had to get dual wield damage, and I kind of wanted a dual wield regardless. Then again, we could probably just ignore that and refund all those points and go somewhere else later down the line. But that'll be later down the line. Let's see if we can't get this armor that we just got sorted up and ready to put into a thing. Okay, so Cyclone, we need at least 3 reds and 1 green. Does this support Cyclone? It does. Gain innervation on killing a shocked enemy with supported skills. 2 to 45 lightning damage. 8 seconds. 20% chance to shock. 4 to 78 lightning damage. Maybe. Maybe. Cyclone is not supported for that. Well, first things first, let's see if we can get this thing linked up how we want it. Link it up. It is a full plate. Okay, so, because it is a full plate that is basic, upgrades a normal item to rare with up to 4 linked sockets. Does that work how I think it does? Oh, okay, so okay. We know now. We made it weaker, we made it worse, which is unfortunate, right? But we know now. That's a little aggravating. Reforges the number of sockets. Alright, so, first of all, let's upgrade the quality of this item. Then again, it is level 35. I think we'll wait. As much as I would want to upgrade, I think we'll delay on that. But we learned something new. And that's always good to know. Or good to have. New knowledge. That's fire damage. We have lightning on us right now. 23 to 43. That's doing a lot more damage overall. I think we'll sell that. Select tool? Oh, we kind of, yeah, we need to put that back on. We need a higher level of intelligence, that is, not intent. I'm gonna have to do a lot of organization stuff in the future. This I really want. We're gonna have to get a jewel socket open up soon enough. That, and we are level 50. So if you don't know what that means, that means we can finally have
freedom comes to those who
Sanctified Life stuff, which is a bit weaker than these items.
For freedom.
And I say weaker with quotation marks. 2,800 for 6 seconds, 2.2 seconds, increased amount recovered, reduced recovery rate, 14% of flask's life recovery amount over 10 seconds if used while not in full life. That's fine. We can also upgrade this Sanctified Life thing. I don't think there's anything for the flasks. Like, I don't think we can use those for flasks. We do have flask orbs. Improve the quality of a flask. So, %10 better. Awesome. Reduced movement speed if used while not on life. That's kind of cute, but no. Amount recovered, reduced recovery rate, removes curses on use. Can I give it another thing? No. We can't corrupt them. Normal to rare, that doesn't work. Quality of a weapon. I think we save the rest. Alright, so those are some pretty decent flasks we got right there. Makes me happy that we have those. We'll have to sell all this stuff, but I'll do that later. Anything else we can do really fast? Quicksilver flask. Maybe upgrade the bismuth flask. There's probably other flasks though, so we'll save those for later. What else do we got? Sign of Purity. Ah, that's right. We need to go to the ruined square and get ourselves the... We gotta go there to get the Sign of Purity. Okay, we'll go to the hideout. Maybe we won't go to the hideout, because the last time we went to the hideout and then teleported from the hideout, the game didn't like that. So, we're gonna be wrapping up for YouTube, and then we're gonna be switching over to Path of... we're going to be switching from Path of Exile to Let It Die. And we will play PoE probably tomorrow. Not sure about Let It Die, but we'll see. Anyways, for those of you that are currently watching on YouTube, I do thank you for stopping by. If you're new here and haven't already, be sure to become a citizen of the kingdom today via subscribing to this channel as well as my main channel. Uploads on that channel will be a little bit sporadic, but they will come as I edit videos and upload random little other content. I don't know what to say there. Anyways, if you want to catch me when I go live, do so at 6 p.m. EST EDT every single day for the year of 2022. Be sure to follow me over there. Look forward to potentially seeing you when I do go live. If not, I appreciate the views anyways and all that. Till next time, take care and have a good one, YouTube. Bye bye.